The only thing I could come up with was, I have to test it, but like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does, and will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and you'd have to have everything exactly set up. But if you shot at the target and filled up a perfect circle, you could know it was exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the. I mean, ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And again, it's 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not. You know,
This is taking into account the casings that were removed.
Oh no, it's not. This is just the base perimeter of the pyramid. There's an outline around the pyramid where it was kind of scratched into the ground. They think that they used water and stuff to do leveling, and they generally measure around that. To my understanding,
And any deviation, even in millimeters, with each rock, as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid, any deviation on either side would fuck the whole thing up.
oh man.
It is virtually perfect.
Yeah.
Not quite perfect, but it is virtually.
Well, it's made by humans,
Yeah.
allegedly, or Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki was the most fun because I love those stories. I love such stuff. It's just because it's the funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to mine gold.
I was telling Jim actually last night. Archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually Chris Hitchens' stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. I mean, come on. That's all around the entire world.
The gold one's the weird one because you can't make any tools out of it, you can't make weapons out of it, and yet it was the most prized metal.
And it works really good when you get to a higher level of tech all of a sudden. It's really useful, isn't it?
It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere.
Like Chris talks about that.
Right, which is what Bill Gates wants to do today, that fucking kook. Hey, fuckface. There's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global vote as whether or not this one asshole created Windows 95 gets to do this?
He didn't create anything. He bought the patent off that IBM guy. I love putting that on blast because it's like I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time in the light
is shorted Tesla.
Yeah, and it makes him look like a massive douche. I think that he was once the king, the richest man on earth, and now he's not. And I think that that's all he wants. I think,
again, power, human power and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep. It's like, bro, you should be living in an all-inclusive riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
right. You
rich.
should be living like Jeff Bezos.
Right. Yeah.
On that yacht.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
At least we have.
That's what I want out of my billionaires. I want Jeff Bezos. When people criticize him, I'm like, what are you talking about? He's living the dream. Also, he's jacked. He's got a super hot girlfriend. He's got a giant yacht. Fuck yeah.
Flying in space with fucking Captain Kirk.
Dick rocket.
I can't figure out why he runs the Washington Post, because he owns the Washington Post.
He's changed the shit out of it.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a big to-do about it because he released this article that we have to, or release a story rather. He wrote a piece essentially saying that you have to take divergent viewpoints. You have to take a bunch of different perspectives. You can't just be this left-wing echo chamber. And it's the reason why the business is faltering. I mean, all of these. I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. Where people go, you guys are out of touch. You're not accurate. You're delusional. And people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact check, it's so dumb when you see I tweeted it. The fact check is so dumb because the fact check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck? Look at this. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and then America. So they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading that. It was
That's
just
the
like,
New York fucking Times.
well, Sweetie Pie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so he didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about.
Oh, sorry.
But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Right.
Well,
I mean, what else could it be?
It-
You know,
Monsanto, brother.
ideology, you know, left-wing rejection of RFK Jr. is now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking weird rabbit hole with these people. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Like, what are you doing?
they're all
What are
in.
you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something. Because if you look at like these
That is
cereals,
crazy stuff.
Is that what it's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country is not honestly. To think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this, our father's generation, that's what they considered Ted Koppel, and fuck it.
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism, but they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. They're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual, objective, real journalists that are independent. Because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day, and then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own grave. It's like, you guys are
Insane.
so crazy.
they're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalists? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how I'm misquoting him, but
X is mainstream media. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
the views speak for itself. You know,
Like,
like
it's not just the views, it's the community knows. The fact that you can actually fact check these things. And then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. And you're finding specifically when they found the Twitter files.
Oh
They're
my
like,
God.
Jesus Christ, the FBI is involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on? This is so crazy. The FBI is involved in deciding what's real and what's not on Twitter.
unreal.
And you're banning journalists. You're banning scientists. Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But you know, it's
terrible.
caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
It's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good because ultimately we learn who you can and can't trust. And you say, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate.
Yeah.
You know, this is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings.
Yeah.
Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi that used to be part of the system and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these type of people. Michael Schellenberg, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth because
Right.
there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's
very
course corrected, and with
Yeah.
proof of it, and all these other people, you know, whether it's Tucker Carlson and many others.
Yeah.
Like, yep. You
Yeah.
know,
There is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article that are so crazy.
Updated it.
Oh, congratulations.
They changed the wording a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Well, because it got like 10 million views on X in a day. It got blasted. It got blasted everywhere.
But that's why do they have double fixes?
So this is what they said here. Why do we have fruit whisky in this country? There are 18 or 19 ingredients. You go to Canada, it's 2 or 3, Mr. Kennedy asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They're roughly the same. Oh, but they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else.
They found a factual error that they could pull out instead of addressing the meat of what he was saying.
The meat of what he's saying is that all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye. I mean, you can get it from beets or whatever.
Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40.
Well, I mean, if you're left alone to your own devices as your child, like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl of that cereal until you explode.
Yeah.
You know, I would eat fucking Captain Crunch till I had a fucking heart attack. Like
Lucky Charms eating just the marshmallows.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is bullshit. Where's the marshmallow?
It's Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. You get cracked out to bowling. And you just
Bowls of sugar.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true. The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame on saturated fat. That's why everybody started using margarine and all this stupid shit. It's like,
eat some plastic.
I love those.
So crazy. You know, if you leave margarine out, rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll see ants that will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like,
Something to be said for that.
It's glue.
It's chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. I'm like, whoa, it was great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the military experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in the lab coat, and they had an actor pretend he was getting shocked as a test subject, but the real test subject was the guy they had, quote unquote, shocking that guy.
Right.
And the guy in the lab coat would keep telling him to do it more, and they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing the guy.
Yep.
And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worshiping of authority is really, they're gutting it right now, and they're paying the price.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things. And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel is so popular and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
But yeah, there's a really easy way to get them out. Like I said, they're losing authority. Right now, like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the Adpocalypse, I think it was actually a Wall Street Journal article, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking threw him under the bus. They misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up Adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, yeah, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
There's
a lot of realizing that there's actually a lot of money in advertising there. Like, what are you, fuck retarded?
Right.
Everybody's there. It's the number one platform on earth for people discussing things.
It's the future.
Why would you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleed that guy out. But you fuck with the wrong dude. It's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, I don't care. I'm blind. You buy it for twice what it's worth. They're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. They overpaid substantially to try to save free speech.
This was what you would call an activist investor.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to like lose billions on something. But when you got 200 billion, you're like, let's fucking ship this apple cart.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. That guy's a hero.
God.
He's a living hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on earth. That's his goal, right?
Well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people going to Blue Sky. Do you know if you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only 2 genders," you're banned instantly?
Yes, I saw this recently.
Really? Yeah, Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter.
I saw that people
like King dorks. Yep, they're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the world that were laughing at I forget the name of the site that Rumble, when everybody was like, "Oh, the right wingers going to Rumble!" Ha 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 ha. And it's like, "Oh, you guys are running the Blue Sky!" Ha 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 ha. Isn't it fucking funny how that works?
Yeah, shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full on free speech, whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want. Anything I want within, as long as it's not violence or something like
Right.
that. Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything that's legal. That's what it's supposed to be. And that's what the First Amendment is supposed to apply to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes a more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshit. So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. You can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices. And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO? Moving weapons closer and closer. What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid. And I think that's what's even weirder, is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, Oprah, 2.5 million. Not a million. We thought now it's 2.5 million.
I said that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem at least like an elevator sort of thing. But the weird ones are the Beyonce. If it's true, and there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true, but we tried to look, Jamie, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true, because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars they paid to people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Like, you went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where is it now?
That's part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything, is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative. And that there's a lot of money being moved around. And this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less and we were way healthier. So this is not good, folks. This is not good. And other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity just to a certain extent, what are these drugs are doing good? Like if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are rising. All this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction. And yet there's tremendous resistance for change.
It's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, I mean, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. That's like that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. She came in with the platform. I'm not Trump, so okay, well that's great, but I mean, once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal and put everybody that's not white in the camps and shit. Once they got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also if you're going to develop like a real thing, you would want to do that over a long period of time. Be very careful about treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, this, and this? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this.
Right.
And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically, he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russia collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, the thing about taking Liz Cheney and executing her. That's all lies. You guys are just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time. And you're doing it like it's 1995 and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to podcasts, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have. And people are listening to that, they know you're full of shit. And then your numbers decline even further. Yeah. So I think they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? Because I was seeing this on Twitter, and it's hard to know whether or not they're, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's fact. But they were saying CNN's ratings are down like 80% of the peak, and MSNBC is some other preposterous number, and they're both on the chopping block. CNN is talking about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive. You use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelter and then they brought him back,
which was so odd. I'm looking forward to
talent is missing. They don't have any talent.
They're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again. Those networks, literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it is propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable for you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
It's funny, you can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What was it say? Did it say? The Rachel Maddow Show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audiences her show has seen since April of 2022. And she's the #1 show, which is like, if I'm going to have 1 million people watch her show, this whole person. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah,
so that's a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports. Right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, a week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. For the overall week of November 6 through 13, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000 and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika, whatever I was her name, crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
Real quick, let me just, what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Stephen Crowder had the number 1 and number 2 ratings on all of election night. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
What did Dan Bongino?
he had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Stephen Crowder. They're very comparable. They were the number 1, number 2 platforms in the world. Really? Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less. It was way less. Yeah?
I can't.
Go look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring
It
to.
must be, because we didn't just say Fox News with the highest ratings. They're at 5.5
This doesn't have
million.
anything to do with online. That's even
Okay.
saying like the
Fair
20 to 54-year-olds MSP people, they're like, oh, I turn on TV, I was watching online.
So they dominated it online.
Okay.
So this is what happened after 2016 as well. Like or after 2020, rather. Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operated on feet. Like,
Yep.
Oh, the orange man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just to get angry.
Oh, I
Being
tune
angry.
in to Joy Reid just to laugh. I was get blazed to watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, she's talking about, like, she spent an entire part of her program comparing Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally from the 1930s.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, they're all the same. I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must be me a Nazi as well.
Yep.
Obviously, I had to
Here we
show
are.
up. Yeah, I was telling jokes.
And you just had a guy on your show talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 10,000 years ago.
Nazi stuff. I know Greg defended the Martyr Reed guy.
And let me just say this.
That's all Nazi.
I encourage everyone to go watch. Everyone go watch Ancient Apocalypse. Great Man comes on Netflix. See it for yourself. But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoops had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
I am not kidding. This was a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
He's talking about the archaeology is the canary in the coal mine, and you can tell that because you see this horrible thing happened before 9/11, and therefore they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened right around the same time as the 2012 thing. So it's just like, dude, Alex Jones could give you some advice here, buddy. You're gonna get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on.
It's not the same thing they do. It's the same thing Flint Dibble did, connecting it to white supremacy, to Atlantis, to white.
It's really a funny.
We're up 3 hours plus in, but
Okay.
I would feel like we cheated the world.
All right.
About the reshot structure.
Let's do it.
I love your video, and I saw. I don't understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details in your video that details the reshot structure, which is an incredibly strange structure. If it's not man-made, and if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis? They said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual? Because if you look at the ancient Greek translation, Poseidon, it's Lord of the Earth, which I think is a modern-day translation for Mother Nature. And humans are built on natural geological features throughout history. If you were to bring up the reshot structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and is a collapsed volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most, let me say this, the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described as being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the name of the very first king in Mauritania, which is where the Rothschild structure is located.
It's also covered in salt.
Yes, the water was there. Yeah. And there's another similarity is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be named the Atlas Mountains. But there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that say the Tamanrasset River flowed at the exact time of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, either right through the Rothschild structure or directly north of it. And those are just a handful of similarities. It is by far the most likely location of lost ancient city of Atlantis. Nothing can be concluded either way, but it is something that should not be ignored.
It's certainly really fascinating.
It is.
And just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and the mountains are in the same spot. The opening is in the same spot. I mean,
look at that.
Whatever that is really weird. Yeah. And if you imagine a city like Atlantis and the way it was described, that seems a very likely spot for it.
And let me tell you something else. A lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly be Atlantis. But what they leave out is the fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island. The other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the Rothschild structure. So it's like, a lot of people, and many used to say this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied, I'm not debunking the Azores. However, the fact that it's in the Sahara Desert and that the Egyptians are the ones that came up with the tale of Atlantis, that's where it originates from, which surprises a lot of people. Well, Egypt's in the Sahara, and so is the Rothschild structure. And at the time of Atlantis, the Sahara was green. It had one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And so, if the Egyptians were colonists of a destroyed civilization, it's not unreasonable to say that it was in the Sahara. And let me say something else. If Atlantis was described as being busy all day and all night and was a trading post, does it make sense to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert at the time? Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken from all over, then where are all these people coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes far more sense that it would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating?
None. Zero. It is. There's gold in the Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it. It's also
place to go.
It's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is. I know people who have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It's hard to get to. You can have all the money in the world, and you can still die out there.
Yeah, it's not just hard to get to, but not just inhospitable. It's kind of war-torn, kind of fucked up, kind of the kind of place where you're not gonna have to worry about somebody playing a tourist trick on you. They're just gonna take your shit.
Right.
So it's a lot of reasons that people aren't going there. But it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical. So I do believe in a lost civilization, and I think it's really interesting to find so many of those same things in the same area. It's just uncanny. Like Jim says, it's just a stone's throw away from Egypt. Really, it's not. It would make sense that they would have that package, a big chunk of those things, so accurately recorded, and find it right there. It definitely is one of the things I talk about on my show all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need. Real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee jerk and say, "Well, you attach it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be." We don't need guys to say it's definitely Atlantis, but there's nothing to see here. We need boots on the ground.
And how the fuck did Atlantis, if it really is Africa, be connected to white
Oh,
supremacy.
fuck. So let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast.
It's so stupid.
The Africans are black. Okay, hello. I'm saying the Atlanteans are black.
Supremacy.
This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He said, he's like, not only did Atlantis exist, but they were black.
African supremacy.
They did. The way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the 1800s that wrote about Atlantis that had some old school views on race. Now, they believed in the biblical races, and the way that the biblical races can be something you'll never find John Richard Fortin will tell you because it guts their entire argument. Before the flood, there was one race of humans. After the flood, Noah gets drunk. Three of his sons are around. One of them picks on him, laughs at him. Two other ones don't. The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. The Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one with the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race for up until about 150 years ago. So 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was an Aryan Atlantis because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah. It was one of Noah's sons. So before the flood, there was no Aryans. So anytime somebody says that this old school shit believes in everything, all you do is scratch the surface and you'll find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Flint Dipple making sure to name drop that fucker anytime he gets a chance. But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are something most people don't know much about.
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color of their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. So go get fucked with your racist argument. I don't care. Like, anyway.
I don't give a fuck. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. It's really been fun. Jimmy, always great to see you.
Good to see you again.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. Debunking, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer. If you guys want to catch me there.
Beautiful. All right.
Thanks again, Joe.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
We have some upcoming tour dates there in Colorado Springs in Colorado, Casper, Wyoming, Billings, Montana, and Missoula, Montana, Bloomington, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Champaign, Illinois, over there, the Fighting Illini area, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Lafayette, Louisiana, and Beaumont, Texas. You can get all your tickets at POVon.com/TOUR. And thank you so much for the support. I want to start by saying that we have reached out to Governor Walz and Vice President Harris, and we would love to have them in studio as well.
What's up, Rusty?
Today's guest is a senator.
I got kicked out of the karaoke Discord, dog. I'll tell you in a second, just a moment.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by day. All day.
The big question for me in that timeline is,
So yeah, I was in there for like, I don't know, 48 hours and they started to complain. And even though I was following all the rules of the server and all the terms of service of Discord, there was a moderator who was like, yep. I'm like, so I'm not doing anything wrong in the server. I'm literally singing karaoke, which is what you're supposed to do. And he's just like, yeah, well, you're not going to stream it all the time. I don't care what you do. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, but I really liked it in there. But whatever. Not too much I can do about it. How's your day going? Yeah, well, they didn't like me, and that was very clear. They would put all kinds of rules on me that I had to follow that nobody else had to follow. And even though I did follow them, they just eventually were like, "Yep, you're done." Like, okay, well, it could have been. Well, it was more the fact they just didn't like me and their political support. Maybe I attracted different people, but they should want that as a surgeon. They should want more people. That's a good idea. I should try to find another period. I'm gonna take a look and see if I can find anything like that. Because the kind of
is why didn't we do it sooner? And why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization? The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist, the author, who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is a Let's Frequent podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham and let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced ice age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. You at the highest possible level describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness.
in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans are not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, I don't know, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, you know, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel el-Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example. And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture. And by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Uddiyana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that, it's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to prove that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it. It's strange that just after it, we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe. There's a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also not obvious. But it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living. Then they start using agriculture, and then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is a conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team: Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Zenger. Cursor is a code editor. based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Freeman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processor is, sort of in the writing space, haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot in the next 10 years, as what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they were fun and work. And so a big part of being fun is being fast. A lot of the time. Fast is fun.
Yeah, fast is that's a good picture.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gatekept by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you, I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, all of us, were Vim users. Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim at a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor that was available. And even though I really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to switch. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that. Like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. Now, and then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction. But I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you can sort of iterate and fix it.
mean, the other underrated part of the Copilot for me, sort of, this is the first real AI product, like the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like there was predictable progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss.
Yes.
But
Yes.
just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers, a set of ideas that say bigger might be better. The model size and data size.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
That is another topic of conversation.
Yeah.
But
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete and started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. Actually felt like now there's this whole set of systems we can build that are really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta Copilot, that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we've been working on a couple of different projects. We've been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with energy pretty much, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is an IMO Gold winner, and there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people, and it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Shen Tong and Aman, I remember, sort of June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is
and
International Mathematical.
IMO is International Mathematical, and so Arvid and I are both also competed in it. So it was sort of personal, and I remember thinking, Matt, this is not going to happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like Aman is just delusion. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results from DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what
it was technically not.
Technically incorrect, but 1 point away. Aman was very enthusiastic about this stuff. Yeah. And before, Aman had this like scaling laws t-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had like charts and like the formulas on it.
So you felt you felt the scaling.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super critically about scaling, and he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all or why isn't scaling the result in massive gains in progress? I think I went through the stages of grief. There was anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on the perspective of progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially like one with zero improving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing was correct. And so this means something like well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very super good at math and still not technically have AGI.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody loved Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for your VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so we decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot, of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
The decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in you will have big productivity gains, but also radical in how like the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plugin to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. But how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, every jump you get in model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor, a year from now, will need to make the cursors of today still possible. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of like fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and pushing on this in the way that started can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there are going to be more models of different types, like longer context and maybe faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase, it's like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, you really felt this frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the Copilot experience had not changed. It was like, man, these guys, like the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why are they not making new things? Like they should be making new things. They should be like where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was like I'm sure it was selling well. Like I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things, and it was like there's no new thing for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in one. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model get better answers, sort of like how you build up the prompt, or like how do you find the context, and for a cursor tab, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience. Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit to like 18 feet away. So
Often the same person.
Yeah, often with the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, cursor to write cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. So the autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight and summarize at a high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. That was kind of the kernel of the idea behind like good autocomplete, was predicting what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters after your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change you're going to make, next diff, next place you're going to jump to. And the second thing Cursor is pretty good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there've been a lot of effort to make the inference fast, or having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this, like the ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places, I think, came from a feeling of, once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Wim user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. But like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know. And then so the idea was, you just press tab and it would go 18 lines down, and then show you the next edit, and you would press tab. It was just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was, how many tabs can you make someone press? Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like, how are the edits sort of zero entropy. So once you sort of expressed your intent, and the edit is, there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits to just be like tab doing.
Yeah,
that was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable. A lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing of existing code. And so, the goal of cursor tabs lets eliminate all the low entropy actions you take inside the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump forward time, get forward.
Well, what's the intuition? What's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so intuitive. I think.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly pre-fill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts where they see a large code, and they're not actually generating that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model, using an LLM model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance in longer contexts. The other being a variant of speculative coding that we kind of built out called speculative edits. These are two, I think, important pieces of what make it quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE instrument first. The input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about how to make these caching play a role in this?
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many input tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model on all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to kill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used for the model such that they're caching aware, and then you need to reuse the KV cache across requests, just so that you're spending less work, less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do, kind of in the near term, just to like sort of linger on that? Generate code, like fill empty space. Also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then like
hopefully jump to different files also. So if you make an edit in one file, and maybe you have to go to another file to finish your stuff. You should go to the second file also. Yeah. And then the full generalization is like the next action prediction. Like sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote too. Or sometimes you actually need to, like, it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some more information to learn. Like, you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept the definition.
So providing the human the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just gotten to know a guy named PrimeGen, who I believe has an SS, you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did that.
So can that also the model do that? Like feed you and like and provide you the caffeine. Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the magic moment would be if programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually correct from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you just engaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good, and you can just sort of tap through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, I should mention that one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So like the model suggests with red and the green of like, here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply and it shows you the diff and you can accept the diff. But maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast to read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. In autocomplete, it's sort of, you really, like, your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many, the humans can't look in too many different places.
So you're talking about on the interface side? Like
on the interface. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if it tries to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the side.
You can maybe show it if we pull it up and pushing that phone. This is what we're talking
about. Go on. So that box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like this blue crossed out line. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line to it, then you would see the new code.
that was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue, and the blue was to highlight that the AI had a suggestion. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI. It would just hint that the AI had a suggestion, and if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see your original code.
Mm-hmm. So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know to hold the option button.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac user, but
it was.
It's a button, I guess. You people have.
It's it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements to this year. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to review these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important pieces. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this one a little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like preview this part of the and ideas in that vein, I think, are exciting.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more.
Yeah.
Like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do. Like currently, diff algorithms they're they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's like this thing or this thing, as you want a model to do this.
So I think the general question is like that these models are going to get much smarter as the models get much more. The changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more and more hard. Like just you need to help them out. It's sort of. I don't want to spend all my time repeating it.
Can you say a little more across multiple files?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to solve it, right? With code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across multiple files. But like Arvind said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. Code review kind of sucks. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually catch that many bugs. I think you can significantly improve the review experience using language models. For example, using the kinds of tricks that are described, and maybe pointing you towards the regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you can be a lot more creative and push the boundary of what's possible.
And just one idea there is, I think, ordering patterns. Generally, when you review a PR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want a model to guide you through the thing.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language? Is the goal versus with accurate?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all of programming will be natural language. And the reason for that is, if I'm pair programming with Swallow as well as I'm configuring the keyboard, and sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Swallow, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swallow what I want him to do, and so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him. I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example, and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but drag things around or draw things. And like maybe eventually you will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever and like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program most.
I'm really feeling the AGI of the thing. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Precursor really works via this ensemble of custom models that we train alongside the frontier models that are fantastic at producing intense things. And so Cursor Tag, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize models be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals from the task we started at. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches of like the change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard. For frontier models, for your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we train a model to then
I was just saying that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly for humans trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of apply elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible product experience. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like so one other thing that Apply lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens with the most intelligent. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your small models go and implement it because it's a much easier task than this very, very sketched out code. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do the planning, and then maybe the implementation details can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and a DeFi model.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
Fast is always an interesting.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah. So one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe it'd be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why, if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is, instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens that your larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior over the existing code method. And that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back out. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and then eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth original code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens match the original code to restart speculating. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of the model. It's just like, it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a little faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done. So there's no big loading screen. So maybe that is part of the advantage.
So the human can start reading before things done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like, not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and it's like speculation for databases, and speculation all over the place.
Let me ask the ridiculous question of which element is better at coding? GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process lots of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. Our one's really interesting, and it's really good at reasoning. So if you get a really hard programming interview style problem or leak code problems, you can do quite well with them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other frontier models, one qualm I have is it feels like they're not necessarily I'm not saying they train in benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. So if you try it in all these benchmarks and things that are in the distribution of the benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like, you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything with something.
What, another ridiculous question, is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like a really, really hard, like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and then do this other thing for me, and then make this UI element, and then it's just like a lot of things are sort of context dependent. You really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of this. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They lean a lot of specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
I think that this benchmark question is really complicated by what Scholar just mentioned, and then also the what Amon was getting into is that even if you there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in a benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because it's like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct and what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem, and that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, SweetBench, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a SweetBench problem, you actually don't give them the context for code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on the literal issues of pull request. And maybe the labs will start to do a better job. Or they've already done a good job of decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular Python. SymPy is one example. I don't think they're going to handicap their models on SymPy and all these popular Python repositories in order to get true evaluation scores in these benchmarks.
Yeah. I think that given the dearth in benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with things and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two of the foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. And internally we also qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like private evals that we have.
It's like the vibe.
The vibe, yeah, the
Like
vibe.
the vibe.
Vibe benchmark, human benchmark.
Yeah.
You pull in the humans, do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online forums and Reddit and X. Just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions because they'll say things like, I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber. They'll say, I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting take I heard where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic's GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories. I'm spoke to this conspiracy.
Well, it's not like conspiracy theory. They're humans are humans, and there's these details. You're doing like this crazy amount of flops, and chips are messy, and you can just have bugs. Like bugs are, it's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt in all of this? You mentioned that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of humans? You wrote a blog post and called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it depends.
Oh shit. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Yeah. Yo. This shit sucks. Hey, it worked. Um, this shit sucks. Everything about this thing is like bullshit. Eight fucking things. What is this garbage? Water is fuck. Alright, next slide.
It depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of beautiful models last year, they were quite sensitive to the prompts. They also had a very small context window, and so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you add, you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like, how do you decide what you actually put in the prompt and when you have a limited space? And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused and some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call preamp, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, if you're making, like designing a print magazine, you know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JSX in JavaScript, and then you declare it. This is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else. And then you have this rendering engine in web design. It's like Chrome, and in our case, it's a pre-owned renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And so you declaratively decide what you want, and then it figures out what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit these small context windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see, did my change actually improve it for like this entire debug set?
Did you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor, like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file. So that's like probably the most important line because that's one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities. So like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit in the center around.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and re-ranking scores to add priority scores to these components.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial for IJSX in the problem? Or the whole idea is it should be loose and messy?
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And our job is to figure out how do we actually like retrieve the relevant things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Armin of Perplexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy. But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more programs, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more, as be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the poems.
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on the query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe if there are 5 or 6 possible generations, given the uncertainty present in the query so far, why don't we just actually show you all of those and let you pick them?
How hard is it for the model to choose to talk back? Sort of versus it's hard. It's sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So I mean, one of the things we do is it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you? Because if you're making the API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that'll be kind of cool. If both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt and there's before you even click enter, maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like I think agents is like it's like resembles sort of like a human. It's sort of like like you can kind of feel that it like you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really nice. Like I would love to have an agent. For example, if like we have a bug where you sometimes can't Command C and Command V inside our chat input box, and that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say like in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off does it, and then a day later I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like there is often this belief that agents will take over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case, because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front, because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version, and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super, super quickly.
What about something like that recently came out, Replit Agent, that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in a set of things you dream about?
I think so. I think that would be really cool. And for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yeah, we aren't actively working on it right now. But it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious and you need to go through a bunch of steps and you want to delegate that to an agent. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both backend and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can then iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. And sorry, the pain.
It's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that feels, I don't know, like 1 second or 2 seconds. That feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the diffs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies that we use. One interesting thing is cache format. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of contact. And you can know that before the user's done typing. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KB cache results in lower latency, lower costs across requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warm the cache with, like, let's say the current file context. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill before starting the generation. This will significantly lower the TFT.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work, I mean, one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not just independently look at each token, but see previous tokens, are the keys and values to attention. And generally the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of all the previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model stores internally of all the previous tokens in the prompt. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of matrix multiplies that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you've stored the keys and values, and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I've stored the last n token, if I now want to compute the output token for the n+1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed which is the only kind of sequential part, or sequentially dependent part for Transformer.
Is there like higher level caching? Like caching? That kind of stuff?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of patching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for cursor tag is you can basically predict the head as if the user would have accepted the suggestion, and then trigger another request. And so then you catch, you go to speculative. It's a mix of speculation and catching, right? Because you're speculating that what would happen if they accepted it, and then you have this value that is passed, this suggestion. And then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic stuff that uses a higher level caching and can give it feels fast despite there not actually being any changes in the model.
And if you can make the KV cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate even more. You can guess here's the 10 things that could be useful. Like you predict the next 10, and then like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you showed them. Maybe they type in other character, or we sort of hit something else in the cache. So there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL. Is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, it turns out that one of the 10 that's right is the probability is much higher. There's these tacit K curves, and part of RL like what RL does is you can exploit this tacit K phenomena to make many different predictions. And one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the K things is correct, or like which of the K things does the human want. So when we RL our cursor tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans, like which of them do humans more like and other things. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and and then you can give a reward to the things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it won't like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful to exploit these passive features. Amon maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get away with the smaller model. If you RL your smaller model, it gets the same performance as the bigger one. That's like, and Smart was mentioning stuff about reducing the size of your KV cache. There are other techniques there as well. They're really helpful for speed. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-head caching. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then, with larger batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to first token prefill speed. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, it's for long context, with large batch sizes, by how quickly you can read those cache keys and values. And so then that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress the size of these keys. The multi-query attention is the most aggressive, where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one kind of key value head, and there's all the remaining query heads. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of, there are fewer heads than keys and values. but you're not reducing it to just one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're just reducing the size of your KV cache.
And then there is MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated. And the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded inference time.
But MLA is from this company called DeepSeek. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both MQA and in other places, what you're doing is you're sort of reducing the the number of AV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different, like you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single token, so that when you can store only the smaller thing. It's some sort of like low rank reduction, and the low rank reduction will at the end of the time when you eventually want to compute the final thing, remember that like your memory bound, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. And if you can expand the latent vector back out, and somehow like this is far more efficient because just like you're reducing, like for example, maybe like reducing to 32 or something. Like this also the vector.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing it all to one. And that interaction, at least.
Okay, and all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what? I mean, ultimately, how does that map to the user experience?
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger because you've less space allocated to the KV cache. You can make cache a lot more aggressively and a lot more things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time per token for the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown as it's generating the tokens.
But it also allows you to make your prompt bigger.
Yeah. So like the size of your KV cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts being processed in parallel. So you could increase either of those dimensions, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
However, you wrote a blog post, Shadow Workspace,
yeah,
iterating on code in the background.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background. And we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much other than like the cache warming or like, figuring out the right context to goes into your command kit prompts, for example. But the idea is if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation doing that. And so the idea of the Shadow Workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model. Because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like O1 is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing. It exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language server per language. And it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then gives you an error. Or it can allow you to go to definition that sort of understands the structure of your code. So language servers are extensions developed by, like there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linking purposes,
It's for linking. It's for going to definitions, and it's for like seeing the right types that you're using.
So it's doing type checking also.
Yes, type checking and going to references. And that's like when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used inside Cursor, the language server protocol communication thing?
So it's being used in Cursor to show to the programmer, just like in Cursor. But then the idea is you want to show that thing information to the models, the IO models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in background. And so the idea behind the Shadow workspace was, okay, like one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of Cursor that's hidden. And so you can set this flag in it, or like when it's hidden. There is a window, but you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder. And then can get feedback from the linkers and go to definition and iterate on it.
Like literally run everything in the background, like as if right.
Yeah.
Then maybe run code.
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want. And a lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem. So that's fine.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on saving. And so basically you can then have the language model kind of hold the lock on saving to disk. And then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved to disk, you actually are operating what was the Shadow workspace before, and these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get link errors for, and you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take that lock from the language server if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the Shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
It's such an exciting feature, by the way. That's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool to be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability, where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to make something work locally in their machine. I think for the more aggressive things, where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox remote environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, the point of it being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment with this remote sandbox.
I'm curious, what kind of agents do you want for coding?
Well,
do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like, what agents do you want?
So, by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for the practices for this particular podcast, there's video editing, and a lot of, if you look in Adobe, a lot of this code behind it's very poorly documented code, but you could interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I do on YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, overdubbing, all of this. So I envision all of those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. But in terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of kind of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Nice to find and bug finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding when just naively prompted to find a bug.
they're incredibly poorly calibrated. Even the smartest models.
Exactly. Even O.
How do you explain that? Is there a good intuition?
I think these models are really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution, and I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower, but I don't think the loss in the scale is the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing it. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question answering, and these things exist in massive quantities in pre-training with all of the code in GitHub on the scale of many, many trillions of tokens and questions and answers on things like Stack Overflow and maybe GitHub issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like, for example, the cursor tab objective of predicting the next edit, given the edits done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and then proposing fixes. And the models just kind of like really struggle. But I think it's a question of transfer. Like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to the cursor tab objective, you'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of time nudging in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being pre-trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on, right? It has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which bugs are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like is this sketchy trivial? Is this sketchy like you're gonna take the server down? Like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer? The staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago, like someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down, as opposed to like maybe there's like you just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like you're just trying to experiment and to get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment, that's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code in Postgres or Linux or whatever. Like your Linus torvalds, it's sort of unacceptable to have, even in edge case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum paranoia, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important and which is not. Like I think one of your principles on the website says if a code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that say this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps. And I'll repeat it 10 times.
No, and you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to, and that's quite profound. That says something about human beings because the engineers move on. Even the same person might just forget how it can sink the Titanic, a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs in that region.
That's like actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage this can do.
Yeah, I mean it's controversial. Some people think it's ugly.
Well, I actually think it's like I actually think this is one of the things I learned from Aria is like I sort of aesthetically I don't like it, but I think there's certainly something where like, it's useful for the models and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down bring down the server and go first we like test a lot or whatever. But there's always these things that can be very careful.
Yeah, like with just normal doc strings, I think people will often just skim it when making a change and think, oh, I'm done.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you could do a lot of damage. It's like we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
You think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal verification, then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have not introduced it.
But concretely, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
Don't you think this gets at a little bit some of the stuff you were talking about earlier with the difficulty of specifying intent for what you do in software? Where sometimes it might be, because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then going to be really hard to prove that it's actually matching whatever your intent is.
Like you think that spec is hard to
Yeah, or just like for a given spec, maybe you can, I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like that's like, is that possible? I think that there's like more to dig into there. But then also,
even if you have the spec, if you have the spec, how do you?
You don't have the spec. Is the spec written in macro language?
Yeah, how do you map the spec? No, the spec would be formal. But how easy would that be?
So then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easily specified in the spec.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe an argument against formal verification is like,
yeah. The worry is there's this massive document.
Replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also evolve the spec languages to capture some of the things that they don't really capture. I don't know. I think it's very thin.
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think entire code bases is harder, but that is what I would love to have, and I think it should be possible. And because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verify down to the hardware. So like through you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Verilog down to the hardware. And that's like an incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system. And if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle that?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like calling Stripe API?
Maybe Stripe would write a spec for the
But like you
API.
can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do it for? There's a language model. Like maybe like people will use language models as primitives in programming, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like how do you now prove that?
I think you might be able to prove that.
Prove what about language models?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is a line, for example, or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's, if it's possible, it's your "I have a dream" speech. If it's possible, that will certainly help with making sure your code doesn't have bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all of human civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to just bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but it was like it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs. Like off by one errors. Like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I do this. I write like less than in a comment and like I maybe write it or something. And the model is like, yeah, it looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it should be able to get started.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if the AI is building more and more of the system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, run the bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it is really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we have had a lot of contentious dinner discussions of how do you actually think in a bug mode. But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model then that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of ideas.
You can also you can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And it's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff through the debugger. There's whole other direction where it like kind of tends toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about, some nefarious input box bug, might be that sometimes you want to like, there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it. And you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
Have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug, or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization in different languages. The API documentation is not very good. And the code across, like if I Googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly, there's a lot of confusing information. The Cursor generated it perfectly. And I just sat back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct. I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. I want a button that goes, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, support what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? So there's this much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send like a strong good job. That, and for bug finding, obviously, like, there's a lot of people, that will pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity, almost. Like, I think it would be really cool if, like, you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows, like, in parentheses, like, $1. And so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then, of course, there's a worry, like, okay, we spent a lot of computation, like, maybe people will just copy-paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that, like, introducing money into the product makes it, like, kind of, like, it doesn't feel as fun anymore. Like, you have to, like, think about money, and all you want to think about is, like, the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out. And you pay some fee, like, every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like it.
Yes, but it still has that, like, dollar symbol. I think it's fine, but I also see the point where, like, maybe it's too charged.
Yeah, I was going to say, the moment that it feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have a fantastic example, they just kind of share it with their friends. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, I mean, to the stuff we were talking about with, like, error checking with the LSP and then also running the code. But if you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like, how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Like, can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code at runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like, I know you can, like, do Control K inside the terminal, help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of that everything. We don't have the looping part yet, so we've sketched something like this could make a lot of sense.
there's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background is pretty cool. Like you can do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which I've had to protect from not modifying the database. But okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but yeah, it's certainly. I think it's in PlanetScale. I don't know if PlanetScale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which is like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against a broad database, but you don't actually want to test against a broad database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. And the way to do that is to add a branch to the write-ahead log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. They have good databases now. And I think like Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the log. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching. Will like test against some branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to like support branching or something.
It'd be really interesting if you could branch a file system, right?
Yeah, I feel like everything needs branching.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the problem with the multiverse, right? Like if you branch on everything, that's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space or keep it over.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why did you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning?
AWS is just really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to work. Like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so good?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
The nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust. Like, it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay. Is there some interesting like challenges to you guys a pretty new startup to get scaling? So like so many people and
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. You run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like int overflows in our tables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index for codebase and answering questions about a codebase that have continually, I feel like, been one of the chief reasons to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You could sort of try to predict in advance. Like there's always something weird that's going to happen when you add this extra zero. You thought through everything, but you didn't actually think of it. But I think for that particular system, for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding, and we embed the code. Then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs, because we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server, like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can sort of keep this hash. And then for every folder, you could sort of keep a hash with the hash of all its children, and you could sort of recursively do that unto a top. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file. And every minute, you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the state between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead, both on the client side. I mean, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Prism. But also, like, when you would introduce like ginormous overhead in the database, and it would sort of be reading the tens of terabyte database, approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. That's just kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. So what you do, you just try to reconcile the single hash, which is at the root of the project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. You look at the children and see if the hashes match, if the hashes don't match, go look at their children and so on. You only do that in the scenario that things don't match. And for most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
There's a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a Merkle.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's just cool to see that you kind of have to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of, like, the reason it's gotten hard is just because, like, the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases, to the point where we originally wrote a dark code base, which is big. I mean, it's just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and has a ginormous number of files, and you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where, like, building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, to a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem, which is sort of independent of actually. So that there's part of this scaling our current solution is also coming up with new ideas. Obviously, we're working on, but then scaling up that in the last few weeks, months.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of cost is not storing things inside the database. It's actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe they're different branches, a few different files, or they've made a few local changes. And so, because, again, embeddings are the bottleneck, you can do one clever trick and not have to worry about, like, the complexity of, like, dealing with branches and the other databases, where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of the check.
Mm-hmm.
And so this means that when the nth person at a company goes and invents their code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on the servers at all. No code is stored. You just store the vectors in the vector database and vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Just out of curiosity, like what benefit do users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base, and you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X, but you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. And so you ask the chat, you hit Command Enter to ask with the codebase chat, and then very often it finds the right place.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more and more powerful. Where we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval, and I think the ceiling for that is really, really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here: have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff? To where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. To go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and large code base where a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Have you considered doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only works on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that, and I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company, right, a big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest microprocessor.
Yeah.
So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do it sort of scrape by, but again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors and this massive code base is going to speed up your memory and your CPU. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where as Robert said, there are these massive headwinds against local models, where one things that seem to move towards MLEs, which like one benefit is maybe they're more memory bandwidth bound, which plays in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node but multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good network. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable things, and that's going to be really, really hard to run. Almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet,
and also with O.
I like how you're pitching me. Would you be satisfied with the Fourier model? I'm one of those, but there's some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like really. There's a whole obviously open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually because you want to resist the power centers that are growing.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attacks, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plain text, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're on a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption.
Doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge we have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all of us increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome, but there's downsides, and that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, where we're on like the low ASLs, which is Anthropic's of the models, but as we get to like quote unquote ASL3, ASL4, whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, but for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But man, it'd be really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you're walking where on the one side, like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like with humans, like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the AI models, you want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place to these companies or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now for cloud you can often use your own encryption keys. Like AWS can't really do much, but here is just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, in Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You could probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at like computing the context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of information in the prompt. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance and context you include should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try that, both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself like understand a new purpose of information. And the most popular talked about version of this is can you make the context windows infinite? Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you make it pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do capturing the infinite context? So you don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information in the way it's fundamental. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the in-context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can do that a lot better.
Like one interesting sort of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork and VS Code. The code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code. They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned and all this stuff to be able to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about VS Code, sometimes it'll hallucinate, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think like this is just it happens to be okay. But what if you could actually like specifically train or post-train a model such that it really was built to understand code base?
it's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like, do you want the model to be the thing that end to end is doing everything, i.e., it's doing the retrieval and its internals, and then kind of answering the question, creating the code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier model? Or maybe you'll get some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months, and then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
These people are more to the post-training a model to understand the code base. Like, what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all of them and being empirical about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the Xcode and these frontier models. So let's like continue pre-training. Continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like a normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code, but you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. kind of having the model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you kind of take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have the model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction fine-tuning data points. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that code base.
When I ask you about OpenAI 01, what do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of the model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on downstream benchmarks, and just general performance. So we use it for coding or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this regime. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time flops that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of flops used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just have to literally train a bigger model that always used that many more flops, but now we can perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer at the quality of a much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion predator model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute, train the model that costs that much and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want max intelligence.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? Is that possible for Dynamic to figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use a small model, and when you need the 01?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model routing problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like kind of initial implementations of this for things for something like Cursor Tag. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 Sonnet to 01. It's a bit trickier. Like there's also a question of like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 01 level model. It's really unclear.
When you mentioned it, so there's a pre-training process, and there's post-training, and there's like test time compute. Is that fair to sort of separate? Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs, and maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might do. And so perhaps they're doing something with pre-search using process reward models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post-training, but maybe like the compute spent for getting test time compute to work for a model is going to dwarf pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using just like chain of thought RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
Fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model, what would you do?
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train a process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models and outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing. You've done everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the chain of thought. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is pre-search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths of this chain of thought, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch that you're taking.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome at the very end. Like having a good model of knowing which branch to take. And not just in the short term, but in the long term. Yeah.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been open sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do tree search.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user. And they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of their model. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the steps that the models have to get to the final result.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this, with some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for the tokens that they're generating, and also log probabilities of Rubicon tokens. And then some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden chain of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models you control. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1, I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available in Cursor because when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default cursor experience in any way yet. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into an editor, into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use them all. And we haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like not the use case. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even like barring capabilities, it does not stream, and that means it's really capable to use for things where you want to supervise the output. Instead, you're just waiting for the wall to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test-time computing search, where it's just like a very, very much a V0. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right, and I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models in pre-training and finding tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's an attempt to shut down cursor.
Time to shut down cursor. So is it time to shut down cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think, over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think most of the additional value from Cursor versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the kind of depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of the product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there are 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? There's normal data, non-synthetic data, which is data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it'll be from humans having done things. So from some human process to get this data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model output tokens or probability distributions over tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on it. This approach is not going to get you a net more capable model than the original one that has produced the tokens, but it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high latency model, and then distill that down into some smaller task-specific model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is easier than the reverse. And so a great example of this is bug detection, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably the case for humans too. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained on mouse data, that's not that smart, to introduce bugs
code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train that. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like the big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So, like, an extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level, right? A bunch of monkeys typing in typewriters. Like, you could eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level. And I mean, this is the case, like very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an okay model generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that you know can actually prove the direction. There's similar things you can do for code with leak code like problems, where if you have some set of tests that you know correspond to, if something passes these tests, it just actually solves the problem. You can do the same thing where you verify this test and then train the model the outputs that pass the test. I think it's gonna be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended miscellaneous tasks you give the model, or more like long horizon tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not as optimistic as I am. But yeah. So that third category requires having a verifier.
Yeah. Verification it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and like then like it wouldn't be like using a language model to verify. It'd be using tests or formal systems.
Or running the thing too. Doing like the human form of verification where you just do manual quality control.
Yeah.
But like the language model version of that where it's like running the thing that actually understands the output.
Yeah, no, that's
for somewhere between.
Yeah. I think that's the category that is most likely to result in that.
What about RL with feedback aside? RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance from models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you've collected from humans giving feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for just kind of tasks that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, like, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually a decent bit easier than because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? Are you using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model? But no, it actually may work if the language model has a much easier time verifying the solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of proficiency. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case for first path at picking between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and then it just needs like a little bit of human nudging with only like on 50, 100 examples to like kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF where you usually train these reward models in tons, for example.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, or generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier for generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, probably it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to, like, if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify than actually proving it.
I wonder if the same thing will prove P not equal to NP or P equal to NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever fields model by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
I'm actually surprisingly curious what's like a good bet for when AI will get the fields medal would be. I actually don't have.
Mon's specialty?
I don't know what a mon's bet is.
Oh, sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields Medal first?
Fields medal.
Well, Fields medal level. Fields medal
Needs to solve.
Fields Medal comes first. Well, you would say that first.
It's also this like isolated system.
No.
No. Like I don't even know if I
You don't need to do. I feel like I have much
20
more to do there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there are a bunch of like there's a bunch of low hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of theorem proving now, and two, yeah, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really really hard open problems.
So you think you'll be Fields Medal first? It won't be like in physics or in.
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably more likely. Like it's probably much more likely that they'll get them. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like BSD, which is a very spiritual direct conjecture, and like and these like hard math problems, which is like actually really hard. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
I mean,
this
the
idea-
idea that this is like an isolated system. You have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields medal before the AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Well, Fields Medal.
Fields medal.
All right. So feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
It was interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And Chinchilla showed a more correct version. And then from then, people have again kind of deviated from the compute optimal thing because people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really well, given an inference budget. But I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters and data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. If you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much cheaper and faster at super long context. And even if maybe it is 10x worse scaling properties during training, you need to spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities. It's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, let me speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters, and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens, and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah,
and it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum, and it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance
Raw intelligence.
and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is I'm particularly bullish on distillation. Like, yeah, how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable sheep model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. It's like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more heavy than is. But if you really care about it, maybe the thing to do is what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the scale divergence with the distribution of Gamma 2070, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, the billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model. Smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that you're training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over
not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall, where like you only have so much data to train on. Let's like train this really, really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it into a smaller one, and maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally be trained in.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and the RLHF?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to the large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Suspending a lot of disbelief and assuming like you have the know-how and operate, or if you're saying like you have to operate with like the limited information you have now.
no. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you call raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of tune whether you want to train a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things? And
like, I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that we're sort of idea limited. But there's always the, like,
but if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of experiments.
They would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas. I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like all the data you can collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble? Like there aren't that many people in the world who really make the difference here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like pure, really, really hard engineering. As like a very kind of hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts that are embedded in the literature versus then going in and writing all the codes, like maybe CUDA kernels, maybe whatever else. I don't know if they're running GPUs or TPUs originally, such that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting GNOME easier to go and do all of this code, right? And GNOME is like probably the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture they're dreaming up that is like getting 50-40% utilization of the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit. What the low-hanging fruit is like, sort of, you could scale up to a GPT-4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling, and like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas where like everything is working. You should sort of bang on and try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, probably want to spend some, then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales
and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like Winnie. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how big question looking on to the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think programming, the nature of programming changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast when you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack, and can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about latency, but then a big piece of a reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in the text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with the thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually advocating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and just all the other things involved in a system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you view a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed in the human driver's seat, we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style, if you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking, because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate and, looking up something really gnarly. And that stuff exists. It's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. it's like we're really getting down to the light concentration and all the things that really draw people to programming, like for instance this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control. Like all those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be less a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun. What do you guys think?
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to our context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front as stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like how are we going to do this because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first and you realize, oh, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about it feels like a lot of the time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting into code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just speaking to generating the boilerplate is great. So you just focus on the difficult design, nuanced, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one program language to another, or like translate, like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So the fear has to do with like, okay, as these models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions. And is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in a design space of natural language? Natural language is the main programming language. And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like do they, you guys started in Java and I forget the other, some PHP.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's going to eat the world. Maybe a little bit PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like, there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that expands. The kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks on the team who literally when they get back from work, they go and then they boot a cursor and then they start coding on their side projects for the entire night and they stay up till 3 a.m. doing them. And when they're sad, they've said, I just really need to code. And I think like, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession with love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact program, think about that first. When the super tab, the super awesome, praise be the tab, succeeds, you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves to curse a tab
Well,
more than anybody else.
Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like the just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it, like the catchphrase, you know. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're typing it from your characters, and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make.
It's sort of higher bandwidth. The communication to the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth, as opposed to like just typing is much lower bandwidth than communicating with text.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control of their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful as possible. Our work has already improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking today.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Harvard, and Amar. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming quote I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
while the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Let's Screamer podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. I mean, we've got Göbekli Tepe, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon, and there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone